Welcome to Midnight Keep Stories. In this velvet library, a haven of ancient books and cozy warmth sheltering you from the storm outside. Let the sound of rain and the soft hush of velvet embrace you as we begin. Settle in, loosen your grip on the day, and prepare to drift deep into restful, restorative slumber. Chapter 1. Crossing the Threshold. A low rumble of thunder echoes from afar, muffled by thick crimson curtains that drape from ceiling to floor. Their folds cocoon the room, swallowing outside noise and wrapping you in a soft, soothing hush. With each step over marble worn by countless years, you feel yourself transported, leaving the hurry of the outside world at the threshold, surrendering instead to the library's gentle embrace. The scent of time-worn pages welcomes you, rich and earthy, threaded with memories. Your fingertips trail lightly along a mahogany banister, polished by generations before. Lanterns cast golden ellipses across intricate carpets, their warmth sinking quietly into your skin. Here, surrounded by endless books and soft light, the world feels quiet, measured, and utterly safe. The storm outside becomes distanta lullaby for a night within. Rain patters against leaded glass windows, a steady rhythm, almost hypnotic. The velvet library's thick drapes hush that song, letting only a gentle chorus flow in and out of shadow. You pause beside a cluster of plush armchairs, their fabric as soft as sleep, the corners lit by candlelight that flickers and sways. Each breath you draw is heavy with the age of stories, soothing and slow. You notice a great tapestry hanging from the farthest wall, its surface woven with midnight blues and burgundy reds. The scene depicts wise figures poring over ancient texts, their faces lost in thought. Under the tapestry, an alcove calls to you quiet, inviting, with a single chair and a stack of inviting tomes, their spines gold embossed, promising comfort and gentle wonders to come. You feel drawn to enter. Settling into the chair, its cushion embracing your form just so, you let out a long, slow exhale. The world outside the velvet drape slips further away, its cares and clamor replaced by the hum of comfort and possibility. The candles on your table glow softly, their scents mingling a trace of beeswax, a note of lavender. Every detail in this cocoon is designed to help you turn inward and let go. Across the room, a massive clock ticks with a sound as mellow and predictable as a heartbeat. Each second is stretched, elongated, as though time itself wants you to rest. Outside, thunder rolls distantly, gentle as a sigh, reminding you of the world you have left behind. Inside, you are safe, wrapped in a world of whispered stories and hush, where nothing is urgent and everything is soft. You let your eyes wander over the rows of shelves, lined with books bound in every shade of velvet and leather. Their titles are gilded, their histories deep. Some volumes are so old, their letters seem to shimmer in the candlelight, alive with secrets. The room hums with the quiet potential of knowledge, yet every corner is stuffed with comfort and warmth. You feel old worries melt away, replaced by gentle curiosity. There is a presence in the air, ancient and wise, as if the library remembers every visitor who has come seeking solace. In its silent corners, echoes of laughter, thought, and quiet reflection seem to hang in the velvet darkness. As rain continues its slow dance beyond the heavy curtains, you sense yourself slipping deeper into stillnessa, sense that each breath draws you further into the embrace of midnight. The warmth of the library settles deep within your bones, soothing away tension with every heartbeat. Shadows dance lazily along the walls, moving in time with the flickering candle flames. You settle further into your chair, feeling the velvet tuck around you like a comforting cloak. Storm and stress, hurry and noise, they feel impossibly far away here, erased by this gentle, timeless peace surrounding you. A gentle hush fills the air, broken only by the softest rustle of pages or the quiet creak of a wooden shelf shifting under its weight. The room is alive, and yet so still, holding you in a perfect pause. You close your eyes for a moment, letting the sounds blend and blur the rain, the distant thunder, the subtle breathing of the library. Each inhale carries calm, each exhale releases the day's worries. You reach for a book from the nearby stack, its cover velvety beneath your fingertips. As you open it, a faint whiff of old paper rises, comforting and familiar. The words on the pages invite your attention, but there is no rush to turn them. Instead, the act of simply holding a book here, in this timeless place, feels like an invitation to rest, to linger, to let your mind wander peacefully through imagined worlds. The outside storm throbs in slow pulses, echoing through the velvet and stone, but it's never more than a hazy memory from within. Candles wax and wane, their light honeyed and gentle, wrapping the room in sleepy gold. The library's embrace is unconditional here. You are welcome to let yourself drift, to imagine, to breathe slowly and deeply as you settle further into comfort. Night thickens, rich and soft as velvet itself. Somewhere nearby, a faint sigh as if an old book has exhaled its last worry reminds you that here, time measures itself in heartbeats and chapters, not in clocks or calendars. There is always enough softness, always enough stillness, for you to rest as long as you wish. The world beyond the walls will wait. For now, within the Velvet Library, it is always midnight and always safe. As you listen to the hush of rain, your mind drifts across stories read and unread. Each shelf contains worlds untold, wisdoms yet to be explored, and each one waits patiently for gentle discovery. Yet tonight, discovery is measured in soft heartbeats and slow breaths. There is nothing here demanding or urgent, only the soothing promise of dreams wrapped in velvet, carried gently on the breeze of a midnight storm. In this quiet, the library feels almost secreta-hallowed sanctuary, not just for words, but for weary hearts and overworked minds seeking rest. The vastness of the room offers solace, its comforting nooks invite reflection, and every softly glowing lamp is a beacon guiding you ever deeper across the threshold of sleep. Here, you are cradled gently suspended in hush, protected by the warmth and wisdom that only deep night brings. The weight of the day trickles away, replaced by the velvet hush and the subtle pulse of your own slow heartbeat. Every sense is soothed, the cool, sweet scent of rain hinting at freshness beyond the drapes, the flannel softness of the chair cushioning your limbs, the honeyed hush of candlelight. All is softness. All is golden. There is nowhere but here, no time but now. Just stories unfolding, and the nigh. Just stories unfolding. Occasionally, a page turns with a soft whisper, as delicate as the wings of a moth. The sound is soothing rather than distracting, a reminder of the countless moments of quiet pleasure that libraries bring. Even your own breathing seems to slow, each inhale drawing in centuries of quiet, each exhale surrendering to the gentle pull of drowsiness. You sense that in the Velvet Library, no dream is ever rushed. Your mind wanders the endless aisles in imagination, fingertips brushing imaginary volumes, each with its tale of adventure, kindness, and wonder. The rain continues its steady rhythm, unobtrusive and gentle, a tapestry of sound that helps carry worries far from your mind. Sitting in the warmth of the library, you feel cocooned between worlds safe and a place designed for drifting, dreaming, and letting the spirit rest. The night deepens, and somewhere beyond, a distant bell murmurs the hour. Inside, no one pays it mind. The Velvet Library exists apart from time's rush, holding only peace and possibility. The shelves curve shyly into shadowed corners, beckoning you to explore slowly. But for now, exploration can wait. You are exactly where you need to be, swaddled in comfort, rock steady among stories, candles, and the velvet dark. You close your eyes, just listening attuned to the music of rain, the soft shuffle of pages, the gentle hum of peace that thrums through the room. Weightlessness begins to settle in, as if the thick velvet curtains are drawing you more deeply into sleep. Each moment, each breath, lulls you closer toward dreams, where every story in the library may unfold, quietly and safely, while the night outside continues to deepen. In this timeless sanctuary, cocooned in warmth and shadows, you are free to surrender to soft slumber. The cares of the waking world have been left at the door, replaced by gentle comfort and the ancient promise of the Velvet Library. As you drift gently away, the hush of brown noise and rain will cradle you through the night, carrying you ever deeper into rest, where dreams unfold as softly as candlelight. Chapter 2. The Gallery of Tomes. The air is thick with the hush of ancient secrets as you step deeper into the heart of the midnight keep. Mahogany shelves rise to meet the gloom above, each creak of the wood echoing softly like an old memory. The faint scent of leather and dust lingers, inviting you to drift further into the sanctuary of forgotten lore and gentle rain just beyond. Beneath the gentle patter of rain against the leaded windows, the gallery unfolds a haven where time drifts unhurried. Brass lamps, glowing with honeyed light, cast long shadows across quiet passages. Each breath in this sacred place brings with it the weight of centuries, as though every book upon the endless shelves waits patiently, eager to impart the wisdom veiled in their yellowed pages. Let yourself settle into this slow tranquility. You glide along the velvet-draped corridors, fingertips tracing the subtle seams of old bindings. Each tome tells a silent tale, their spines worn smooth by generations of gentle hands. From somewhere, the scent of old paper mixes delicately with the faintest hint of rain-washed earth. The golden pool of lamplight draws you onward, guiding your senses deeper into this maze of cherished knowledge and hush. A velvet armchair sits quietly in a golden patch of light, its surface soft and receptive. As you settle in, the world outside blurs rain, muffled by heavy crimson drapes, thunder a distant drumbeat woven into the hush. Here, between the sheltering walls of ancient volumes, your mind finds ease. Shadows dance across the rows of books, each one promising a restful slumber and a gentle drift into dreams. Each shelf rises impossibly high, vanishing into the dim cathedral-like ceiling overhead. Brass ladders lean idly, ready to assist in quiet exploration, their rungs cool beneath your imaginary grasp. The air shivers gently with the energy of forgotten tales, stories eager to be heard again. Dust motes sparkle in the lamplight, floating lazily, each a tiny companion in the flood of golden, tranquil quiet around you. You listen to the rain, its rhythm melting into the hush within these book-laden walls. Pages rustle in distant alcoves, ghost voices speaking softly through time. The very structure of the gallery seems to breathe, expanding and settling with the storm outside. Your breathing slows, matching the ebb and flow of quiet around you, as if sleep itself is woven into the spines of countless tomes. There is a feeling of deep comfort nestled within these rows. The velvet drapes cradle sound and shadow, making every movement gentle, every thought soft at the edges. The spaces between books are thick with patience, a hush inviting your worries to settle alongside the histories and fables crowding the mahogany shelves. Here, sleep approaches quietly on padded feet, tender and inviting. The gallery stretches far into the dimness, promising discovery and solace with each step. Candles flicker softly from distant sconces, their golden flames gently bowing to unseen currents. Your gaze drifts from shelf to shelf, wondering at the vastness of a boundless repository of comfort, curiosity, and calm. As the wind sighs beyond the heavy glass, you feel each breath grow deeper, each muscle unfurl in the golden hush. You imagine the gentle touch of parchment beneath your fingertips, the whisper of pages as you explore imaginary adventures. The stories held within these covers settle over you like a lullaby tales of stormy nights and embers glowing, of wisdom whispered in the gentle hush. The gallery becomes a protective cocoon, alive with soft, enveloping energy guiding you downwards into restful dreams. Outside, the storm continues its patient song, washing the windows in rivers of silver and slate. Inside, every inch of the gallery is wrapped in the warmth of old wood and the luxury of knowledge patiently kept. The world slows to match your breath, time itself bending to the timeless quiet here. Each shadow holds a promise of peace, every echo a soft invitation to finally let go. As you sink further into the world of the gallery, your senses tingle pleasantly scent and sound, warmth and dark. The soothed hush of the room, the way light pools and recedes, all combine to lull you gently. Even the air feels heavy with story, each fragment of dust a memory adrift. The anxiety of the day lifts, leaving quiet contentment curling softly in its place. A distant clap of thunder pulses through the velvet-draped windows, a gentle reminder of the wild world outside. Here, however, chaos fades. You are swaddled in a sanctuary of calm, a hidden nook where every detail supports gentle rest. You can almost hear the pulse of the building, steady and slow, a rhythmic heartbeat aligned to the deep, restful tide rising within you. The lamp beside your chair glows steady, reflecting warmly off polished brass and rich mahogany. Shadows climb over velvet, broadening and shrinking as the flames waver. You feel anchored, a part of this grand gallery, timeless, ethereal. The knowledge of centuries radiates a comfort that wraps you like the softest blanket. Sleep calls to you, threading softly through the hush of boundless shelves and candlelit corners. With each slow blink, the world grows softer, the outlines of books and shelves blurring together, as if painted with a gentle, dreamy hand. You feel the steady lull of rain, insistent and soothing, blending seamlessly with the golden silence within. Every inhale brings a sense of old forests and warm amber, while every exhale carries you deeper into a hush undisturbed by time or worry. Somewhere high above, perhaps, a librarian of shadows tends to the most ancient tomes, their footfalls silent on the wooden gallery. You are left undisturbed in your quiet haven, the storm speaking in a comforting monotone through the small, leaded panes. Books become pillows for your thoughts, each story a gentle stepping stone towards the restful dreams now inviting you onward. Your eyelids grow heavier, lulled by the harmony between rain and golden lamps, between velvet shadows and warm wood. You release the effort of staying awake, letting your thoughts stretch out as lazily as the shadows above. This is a place of rest eternal, where storms only enhance the peace and centuries of stories. Sleep quietly, patient and undisturbed, beneath slow sheets of falling rain. As the night deepens beyond the windows, so too does the silence in the gallery. You hear only the steady hush of rain and the faint, reassuring tick of a distant clock marking time in gentle heartbeats. The softness of the armchair welcomes every part of you, helping you let go. Here, in this rain-wrapped chamber, every concern is softened, every breath drawn slow and deep. A sense of gratitude unfurls within you, as if the shelves themselves impart a sense of safety and ease. Deep in the velvet-draped gallery, you are both alone and accompanied, a silent community of stories sharing in your rest. The golden lamplight pools on the polished wood, forming halos that drift across your closed eyes, ushering you ever closer to tranquil slumber. Let the gentle procession of rain play its nocturne for you. Imagine each drop carries a dream, settling among the tomes like a rare treasure. Time feels fluid, each heartbeat synchronizing with the storm beyond. In this sanctuary of stillness and knowledge, the world outside slips away. All that remains is the warm certainty that rest is yours, peaceful and absolute, like an ancient book waiting, always, to be opened. Like an ancient book waiting, always, to be opened. The hush grows deeper, the perfect counterpoint to the wind rattling at velvet-shrouded panes. Shelves vanish into velvet shadows, books lined like friends at your side. Breathing becomes the most gentle focus, in and out, an echo of all who sat in this gallery before you. Let your thoughts float, drift, and dissolve. Here, surrounded by wisdom and rain, tranquility folds itself around you. Indulge in the slow, luxurious sensation of being sheltered here. The gallery of tomes shields you from the world, a fortress of velvet and wood, golden lamplight, and echoes of rain. The tumult outside is reduced to a distant lullaby, a delicate percussion that soothes your mind. You are safe and cherished in this embrace of warmth, story, and slow darkness, where restful sleep comes as naturally as rain falling outside. With each passing moment, you feel your consciousness softening, like ink feathering across old paper. The stories you cradle become calming energies, floating you through the currents of your imagination. Your heartbeat and the storm's steady tempo merge, a duet singing you toward deeper comfort. You are at home here, among beloved tomes and velvet shadows, with nothing to do but rest and dream within this gentle hush. The world beyond the gusting wind, the rhythmic rain, the far-off crackle of thunder becomes but a distant tapestry. The world within narrows to the hush of pages and golden pools of light. Your thoughts quiet down, nestling snugly into the softened corners of your mind. In this place, solace is complete. Each breath draws you more deeply into surrender, lulled by the timeless embrace of mahogany, velvet, and sleep. So let yourself drift further, carried by the hush of ancient stories, by the gentle slumber of the gallery of tomes. The flicker of candlelight, the patter of rain, the golden reflection on polished woodage detail ministers gentle comfort. Allow your breathing to soften, your thoughts to quiet. Sleep waits at the threshold, ready to carry you into dreams filled with peace, warmth, and the eternal hush of this velvet sanctuary. Chapter 3. Armchair Sanctuary. The world fades beyond the walls of this velvet-draped haven. The moment you settle into the armchair, time's slow cushions cradle you, worn fabric breathing out echoes of evenings past. Each book along the shelves keeps silent vigil beneath the hush of rain. Candlelight pools in small golden puddles, touching spines and shadows, waiting for you to begin your descent into rest and gentle reverie. The armchair's embrace feels timeless, softened by years of stories and shared dreams. As your body nestles deeper, the velvet cradles you, its texture cool and reassuring. The distant storm plays a gentle rhythm against window panes, coaxing your mind into calm. Around you, the scent of paper and wax lingers, a comfort as subtle as the promise of sleep itself. Here, the world outside grows dim, replaced by sanctuary, and rain taps its silver coat upon the glass, tumbling down in soft, unhurried waves. Each droplet washes away the remnants of the day until only tranquility remains. Sheltered in this gentle cocoon, you begin to feel a drowsy weight tugging at your limbs. Shadows play behind your eyelids, drifting like soft velvet across a library unchanged by the passage of time. Breath slow as you sink further into comfort's embrace. Books rest against one another in patient company, their multicolored spines offering silent invitations. Some titles are familiar, others mysterious, each one a portal to another world. Yet for now, you need not read, only sense the comfort of their presence. The armchair supports every curve, molding itself around you, promise of warmth and safety in every thread. Soft candlelight wavers, painting gentle halos onto the velvet cocoons. With nothing to do and nowhere to be, every worry melts away into the thick, storm-sheltered air. The hush is deep, spelled out in the subtle scrape of pages turning somewhere distant, the faint crackle of a candle's flame. Your eyes grow heavy, yet your senses remain open, attuned to the blissful lull of the velvet library. Each heartbeat matches the rain's slow melody, sleep drawing nearer with every breath. The chair beneath you remembers stories shared in silence, evenings faded into the hush of midnight hours. It wraps around you, steadfast as an old friend, whispering that here you are sheltered from life's clamor. Your fingers rest lazily over worn armrests, their surface brushed by generations of hands, each seeking the same peace. Floating in the thick quiet, you feel the world's edges soften, smoothed by rain and candles' glow. Outside, rain steadily blurs the world beyond the window, drawing curtains of water behind leaded glass. The muffled sound is a soothing symphony, rhythmic as a lullaby. Inside, air feels velvet-rich and dense with quiet anticipation. Somewhere, the flicker of another candle momentarily brightens, then settles into a drowsy glow. Shadows twine and stretch across the faded rugs and heavy wood, inviting you to drift further inward toward rest. Let your thoughts dissolve, carried gently by the sound of the rain. Each worry and every care retreat into the gentle darkness filling the edges of the room. The velvet's touch is a gentle weight upon your skin, grounding you in this moment. Books seem to lean closer, their silent company a comfort deeper than words. In this tranquil haven, you release the last vestiges of wakefulness, allowing peaceful stillness to embrace you. Each breath becomes a little slower, a little deeper, as the chair molds itself more closely around your form. The lights across the shelves seem to glow softer, inviting the shadows to deepen, their edges rounded and gentle. Rain outside keeps its low conversation going, sometimes louder, sometimes barely more than a whisper. Time itself seems to pause, standing still in the sanctuary you have so willingly entered. The library's velvet cocoon enfolds you in safety, each thread holding a memory of peaceful nights past. The scent of old books blends with wax and wood, a subtle alchemy for relaxation. You may sense the stories slumbering within the spines, patient and comforting, content simply to be near. Every muscle loosens, heaviness seeping into your bones as the hush grows deeper and the sanctuary's embrace tightens softly around. As the hush grows deeper and the sanctuary's embrace tightens softly around you, your gaze drifts lazily along the nearest row of books, titles hazy and comforting in their mystery. Some names conjure forgotten memories, others spark a gentle longing to dream anew. Yet you resist the urge to reach. A sense of fullness washes over, knowing sometimes it is enough simply to be surrounded by possibility. In the shimmering candlelight, shadows flow across your hands as you descend deeper into the quiet magic of this place. All around, velvet absorbs the outside world, muting every sound except rain's gentle rhythm and your own measured breaths. The storm is a distant presence now, transformed here into soothing music, more felt than heard. You relax fully, letting your weight fall completely into the armchair's willing hold. There is no need to struggle against drowsiness. Instead, sleep begins to weave its threads around you, gentle, deep, and utterly inviting. At the edge of your hearing, distant thunder hums like an old memory, softened by thick glass and velvet drapes. With each rumble, your sense of sanctuary grows a cocoon within a cocoon. Candlelight ripples, small and secure, casting tranquil halos on mahogany shelves. You feel entirely unhurried, every second stretched wide and slow, mind and body loosening together, drawn further from daylight's demands and closer to the hush of dreams. Take a moment to sense the profound stillness in the space around you. The air is thick with calm, the velvet's softness a gentle anchor. Even the rain seems to slow its pace in deference to your peace. The armchair's back cradles your shoulders, its seat cups your legs and spine. With each slowing breath, you surrender further, floating within the welcome weight of comfort, all thoughts hushed by the sheltering gloom. Between the flicker of flame and the murmur of rain, the boundaries of the room blur. The library fades into something dreamlike, your senses enveloped in layers of softness and gold. You may imagine old tales rising in the shadows, stories that comfort and soothe without a single word needing to be spoken. Time stretches, thin as candle smoke, until it vanishes. Within the armchair sanctuary, you drift on velvet tides toward restful oblivion. Gentle sleep draws near, wrapped in the warmth of wax, parchment, and wood. Your heartbeat slows to the rhythm of the rain, each pulse a ripple smoothing worries away. The hush is a living thing, flowing over every part of you, soothing muscle and mind. You feel the steady presence of ancient books standing guard nearby, their stories singing silent lullabies into the dusk. With every moment, you give yourself over, trusting fully in this restful night. As your awareness dims, the library becomes a landscape of sensation-soft pressure of the cushions, muted scent of old paper, and the nearly imperceptible flicker of candle flame. Rain brushes the windows in a steady, comforting pattern, balancing the dark with its gentle music. Here, you realize, you are safe wrapped in velvet, surrounded by wisdom, lulled by storm and silence. Sleep hovers just beyond, waiting with infinite patience, ready to gather you in. The old armchair is an anchor amid the sea of shadow and sound. Its age speaks of countless nights like this one, where comfort, warmth, and solitude layered together until night gave way to dreams. Your feet settle into the rug's softness, toes warmed by the ambient glow. The hush in the library is almost sacred, broken only by the rain's lull and the faintest sigh of turning pages somewhere in the velvet dark beyond. Every sensation becomes softer still, every thought gentler, until you are little more than drifting breath and contentment. The outside world vanishes behind thick curtains and mirrored shadows, troubles left to dissolve in the gentle storm. Your spirit nestles encradled by quiet longing, sheltered in the glow. Let the candlelight and rain keep their vigil, each second stretching sweetly as you surrender to shelter, to velvet, to the sleep that waits patiently within. Within the storm-cocooned velvet library, you move closer to sleep with every breath. The steady rain washes over your senses, smoothing the edges of wakefulness. Somewhere, the warmth of the armchair whispers that you do not have to hurry or think or carry anything at all. The hush becomes absolute, the comfort profound. You release all tension, letting your body grow impossibly light, as if floating upon a dark sea of midnight velvet. All that matters now is this: moment, the softness beneath you, the shelter above, the stories beside you, and the rain's ever-steady lull. The passage of time is a far-off memory, unneeded and unnoticed inside your velvet sanctuary. Thoughts slow further, each one gentle as a leaf drifting down a stream. Sleep gathers around you, protective and weightless. Let yourself slip fully into its embrace, sheltered by the flicker of candlelight dances patiently, waiting for you to close your eyes. Shadows curl softly over velvet, over books, over your quiet form. Rain's lullaby grows more distant, blending with the familiar scent of paper and wood. In this place between worlds, dreams take shape, gentle and formless, like a cloud of velvet at midnight. All you need to do now is rest, trusting that sanctuary and sleep will remain beside you until the morning comes. And as you sink deeper, warmth spreads through your bones, a warmth born of safety and belonging. This armchair, these books, the rain and candlelight, every part of the sanctuary is yours. Venturing further into restful dreams, you are companioned by memory, imagination, and the unspoken promise of peace. Stay as long as you need. The night waits beyond the velvet, unhurried. Sleep comes gently, bringing comfort and calm as the world outside fades into. You have surrendered fully to velvet, to hush, to the soft storm that guards this sacred space. All cares have unraveled, your spirit cocooned in layers of warmth and silence. The armchair is now both cradle and compass, steering you sweetly into realms of deep and dreamless sleep. Let the stories sleep beside you, let the rain keep its gentle watch. Within midnight's keep, you are at last completely, utterly, wonderfully at peace. Chapter 4. Rain against glass. Thunder murmurs softly in the far reaches of the night, its voice gentle and round, never startling, always distant. Here, in the velvet hush of the great library, silver ribbons of rain begin their dance upon the cool, time-worn glass. Each droplet weaves a path, one after the other, their trails sparkling with fleeting moonlight. Within this haven, the outside world fades, replaced by a deeper, safer quiet, replaced by a deeper, safer quiet. The rain's gentle rhythm paints its music across the windows, each droplet a cool note in a soothing nocturne. The lingering hush within the library grows even warmer, cocooned from the world by heavy velvet drapes and comforting shadows. With every new trail down the glass, you feel tension, unraveling, a soft invitation to surrender. Sheltered within these ancient walls, you settle deeper into the armchair, the sound of rain seamlessly knitting the fabric. The scent of polished mahogany and old paper is rich and grounding, mingling with the clean freshness that rain makes as it glides down the world outside. Somewhere nearby, a candle hums with quiet light, its flame steady against the soft symphony of weather. All around, the presence of tall, book-silent guardians offers reassurance. Your breathing grows slower, sinking gently with the rise and fall of the rain's soft percussion. Thunder rolls, velvet-edged and infrequent, never harsh. Its voice is distant, like a memory just underneath the surface. The rain never falters. It soothes old stone and glass, serenades the ancient velvet drapes, makes the brass window latch glisten inch by inch. The outside world feels far away. Every surface within the library seems to warm in the storm's embrace, and you float quietly in its sanctuary, your thoughts growing ever lighter. Outside, silvery rivulets dart and split, leaving trails like hurried stories upon the leaded glass. Each new droplet is a gentle tap, a reminder to be present, to linger in the moment's softness. The room glows golden from candle flame, its pools of light comforting hands holding dusk at bay. The symphony of rain and gentle thunder blends effortlessly with the silence, wrapping you in a gentle lullaby only the library knows. The quietude of the library is profound, a tapestry woven of velvet, wood, rain, and hush. Layers upon layers of calm press softly against your body, releasing the last of the day's burdens. You feel the smooth velvet beneath your fingertips, its warmth somehow echoing the safety of this refuge. Lightning flickers distantly, a silver thread glimpsed through heavy clouds. It seems to cast only beauty, not alarm, into this tranquil midnight haven. With each thunder's sigh, the library deepens in comfort. Shadows lengthen further, blurring the outlines of ancient shelves and fading into the soft folds of draped velvet. The rain draws secret shapes on the window pane, ever-changing, mesmerizing, sometimes drifting in slow contemplation. Sometimes drifting in slow contemplation. Listening to the rain, you sense the books themselves might be dreaming, their forgotten pages slowly exhaling stories into the restful, golden air. Nestled in your chair, you feel the soft, aged cushion conform to your shape as if welcoming you home. The hush is so complete, so gentle, it is as tangible as the warmth that seeps through your bones. The candle's amber glow flickers kindly, chasing away any chill. Its scent mingles with that of rain and velvet. The world outside belongs to the storm, but inside, only peace drifts from corner to corner, whispering, "Rest." At the window, slender drops gather and merge, slipping slowly downward, tracing new paths through their silvery kingdom. Each rivulet is a tiny journey, a story unfolding upon glass, a perfect echo of the stories waiting on the shelves behind you. There is no hurry here, only the lulling certainty of rain and soft thunder, time stretching quietly into the heart of midnight. You let yourself sink deeper, breath by breath, into the velvet calm. You listen, gentle hush, a steady rhythm that soothes with every passing moment. Sometimes a gust of wind urges the rain to fall harder, pattering like whispered secrets on the window pane. Yet nothing disturbs the settled quiet inside. Shadows move gently, painting the shelves and curtains with pulses of dusky gold. Here, in this island of tranquility, sleep edges closer, drawn by the storm's ancient lullaby and the cloud-soft hush of candlelit. The air itself seems to thicken with serenity, velvet-textured and warm. Outside, the world is washed anew with every sweep of rain, but here in the library, the night feels endless, the perfect cocoon for your thoughts to finally unravel and drift. A distant peal of thunder, a bass note echoing softly, reminds you that comfort and storm can live together, joined in their gentle power to quiet the restless mind and invite restful dreams. Each strike of rain against the glass has its own voice, the staccato tap, the lingering streak, the delicate drip down the sash. These patterns fill the room in waves, fostering a rhythmic peace. Around you, time seems to melt, every heartbeat slower, every worry dissolving. Within the embrace of velvet and mahogany, you find only the small, perfect, no guided by rain's calming hands through a landscape of deepening relief and quiet surrender. Now and then, lightning crafts a flash behind the thick draper, never harsh, always filtered like a blessing of light wandering through the storm. With each flicker, the armchair's leather warms, the fabric under your hand feels richer. There are no clocks here, no reminders of urgency. Only the ancient hush and the storm's voice singing you further into comfort. The books on the shelves become sentinels of slumber, gently guiding you toward rest. The library breathes as you breathe, settling in time with storm song and candlelight. You listen as droplets chase each other in lazy lines down the cold, glass sometimes slow, sometimes swifter in their descent. The world outside changes, rinsed by silvery rain, while your inner world grows gentler, your chest rising and falling in the dim shelter. Here, dreams arrive softly, stealing in among the stacks and tapestries, taking root in velvet shadows. Thunder shivers once more, bass and distant, never sharp. The surrounding silence folds more tightly around you, as if every book, every chair, longs for your comfort as much as you long for theirs. The candlelight wavers, pulling new patterns onto the tapestries each glance, a gentle promise that only calm can enter this sanctuary. Sleep tugs gently at your eyelids, easier and easier to accept in the storm-sheltered glow of the midnight keep. As rain weaves its song across the window, you notice the details, droplets lingering at the edge before falling, the rounded hum of thunder, the scent of damp velvet heavy in the warm air. All of this is held by the ever-watchful walls of books, each spine a silent comfort. The gentle rhythm sustains you a quiet breath, a soft exhale leading you even deeper into tranquility. Here, lists and worries simply dissolve and are gone. You imagine the world beyond these sparkling windows, empty streets, wet stone, lamplight shimmering in puddles. Yet none of it intrudes here. Instead, you remain wrapped in stillness, adrift on a sea of soft velvet and candlelit shelter. The rain's lullaby continues, threading harmony through every fold of curtain and every sunken cushion. The storm outside may sing of wildness, but inside, only peace timeless, unbreakable guides your drifting mind. The library's warmth grows more profound, your body heavy and safe, woven into the chair's embrace. Rain streaks and clusters, sometimes racing, sometimes pausing, mirroring the gentle rise and fall of your own breath. Candlelight flickers in slow rhythm with your heart, soothing all the sharpness from the day. Here, in this sacred hush, your thoughts unravel, tangling softly with the velvet shadows, gliding along paths of rest discovered only in storm and silence. Sheltered by books and heavy curtains, you are protected entirely from the wildness outside. Thunder echoes gently like a song remembered from childhood, never startling, only reassuring. Each droplet's journey down the glass is a meditation, steady, mindful, almost sacred. You close your eyes for a moment, letting the sounds paint lullabies through your mind. Every muscle unwinds, every heartbeat slows, and the deep velvet quiet reassures you it's safe now to relax completely. The storm outside speaks only in kind murmurs, promising a night of ease. Rain caresses the glass, shelters the library from worry, and polishes each memory with silver calm. With every gentle tap, peace builds deeper, richer, more whole. Around you, the library's many stories keep silent. Watch, their presence ancient and kind. They ask nothing of you but to rest a little longer, to let go, to let the hush of rain guide you further, to let the hush of rain guide you further towards softness. Your eyelids feel heavy now as you float upon waves of deepening calm. The scent of warm candle wax mingles with rain, dampened velvet, softening your thoughts and drawing you closer to dreams. Outside, the thunder quiets even more, dissolving into the steady hush of rainfall. Every so often, a distant light flickers, reminding you that this peaceful moment stretches on, undisturbed, for as long as you need. In the heart of the storm, you nestle deeper into serenity. Each sound within the library blends into a lullaby hush of breathing. Rains patter, candles flicker. All fuse into a singular, soothing symphony that rocks you gently. Time loses meaning here, measured only by relaxation's slow tide. The day's edges blur and soften, worries growing ever smaller in the velvet gloom. You surrender without fear or regret, guided only by the storm's steadfast cadence and as rain shapes its silver paths, you feel cradled by centuries of slumber books above, velvet all around, candlelight forever patient. The storm's gentle drama outside becomes a shield, not a threat. You drift on thick, tranquil tides, as if floating down a library river with sleep waiting on the other shore. Every droplet is a promise of deeper comfort, a gentle touch ensuring your journey to rest will be both peaceful and profound. Finally, you ease into the borderlands of sleep, your senses swaddled by rain, velvet, and candlelight. Thunder is far away now, a fading caress that marks your passage into dream. The library endures, guarding your hush, every book a keeper of peace, every window a map of slumber. In this timeless sanctuary, rest arrives at last, as soft and enveloping as velvet shadow sleep's gentle hand guiding you into night's deepest embrace. Chapter 5. Velvet Shadows. Cloaked within the embrace of the library, where heavy velvet drapes shelter you from the tumult outside, a hush falls gently over the shelves. The air is tinged with the fragrance of old parchment and polished wood, the golden glow of aged lamps shimmering softly across ancient bindings. Here, shadows meander lazily between the aisles, and the world beyond the crimson velvet grows quieter with every breath you take. The storm outside is now only a distant memory, its rumble dispersed beneath the plush folds of velvet. Inside, the space feels impossibly soft, cocooning you in warmth and secrecy. Each footstep sinks into silence, muffled by thick rugs and the enveloping calm. There is comfort in seclusion, and curiosity stirs as your gaze wanders among books nestled beneath golden pools of lamplight, inviting gentle exploration. You move deeper into the heart of the library, drawn by the gleam of lacquered spines. Ancient volumes rest like sleeping guardians, their embossed titles catching the light just so. The hush is profound, interrupted only by the faint whisper of your own thoughts, blending with the distant sigh of rain. Every surface appears softened, every shadow velvet-lined, as though the room itself is sighing in contentment. Settling into a deeply cushioned armchair, you allow the scent of lamp oil and old books to settle around you. The velvet drapes are drawn tight, banishing any chill or draft. Here, the world contracts to a tranquil retreat, safe and far removed from the storm's wildness. Each breath is unhurried, every sensation gentle and slow. The stillness feels endless, woven into the very threads of the drapes themselves. Golden light pools upon the table before you, illuminating the soft grain of mahogany and the subtle dust motes swirling in the air. The rain's rhythm outside becomes a lullaby, soothing and consistent. Shadows, thrown by the flickering lamps, twist and lengthen along the spines of books, wrapping the shelves in ever-shifting patterns of dark and gold. This is a sanctuary designed for dusk and dreamers, a haven for wandering minds. You reach for a nearby volume, its leather worn yet dignified with age. The cover is cool beneath your fingers, promising both adventure and rest within its pages. As you turn it over, the slight crackle of parchment feels like an invitation to linger. Time loses meaning in the library's embrace, each second stretched and softened by the hush of velvet and the distant, muffled storm. A nearby candle burns steadily, its golden flame mirrored in the dark, glossy surface of a brass lamp. The interplay of light and shadow enhances the room's mystery, lending everything an ancient, revered calm. With every flicker, words seem to shimmer on the page before you, coaxing you to read at a slow and dreamlike pace. There is no hurry here only, the gentle unfolding of story and stillness, layer upon comforting layer. As your eyes travel the room, you notice the way the crimson drapes gather near the floor, pooling in soft heaps that absorb all sound. Every edge, every surface seems rounded by velvetin unbroken sweep of comfort and quietude. Even the air seems touched by the softness, thick with the promise of peace. You lean back, melting into the chair's embrace, and allow your mind to drift among the shadows. Somewhere in the stacks, the faintest echo of a turning page stirs the silence. It's as though the library itself breathes and shuffles, alive with forgotten dreams and memories preserved in ink. Shadows shift as the lamps flicker, their golden halos dancing on old wood and velvet folds. The storm is still there beyond the glass, but its voice is hushed, a lull behind the glass, but its voice is hushed, a lull behind the thick crimson drapes. Your fingertips trace the delicate embossing on a tome nearby gilded letters, slightly worn, hinting at adventure within. You feel the hush of centuries, stories stretching out and intertwining. The golden light draws your attention, pooling warmly around you like a gentle cloak. The world narrows to this moment of softness and shelter, where nothing urgent calls and only calm remains, thick as velvet and deep as shadow. You listen to the near silence, broken only by the soft murmur of rain against the high leaded windows. The quiet is weighty in the most comforting sense, pressing close yet never stifling. Here, there is only the pleasure of stillness, the sweetness of solitude wrapped in plum and gold. The shadows grow deeper as the evening settles in, but inside, the velvet cocoon feels endless and safe. Time seems to blur, moments unspooling gently as you remain nestled within your armchair retreat. The careful curves of brass, the soft hush of books as you shift them, the ageless hush beneath velvet every detail weaves itself into a slow song of peace. Outside, the storm continues, a distant percussion, while inside, you exist in a sphere of velvety quiet, sinking deeper with each easy breath. You rise and move softly to another shelf, each step cushioned by thick rugs and the dense silence. A wave of tranquility follows your every movement, wrapping you anew in shadow and gold. Each book seems to whisper its own invitation, and you select one at random, delighting in the gentle weight of it. The air holds the subtle warmth of old stories and flickering flames, promising rest and quiet wonder. Turning the pages, your eyes trace lines that meander like the storm's secret patterns upon the glass. Stories pool around you like the golden light, mingling with velvet shadows. Each word feels as soft as dusk, as safe as a secret kept behind thick drapes. You sense the hush of wisdom, timeless and unfathomably deep, radiating from every corner, whispering you further into the heart of the library's dream. You allow yourself to imagine the lives of those who once read beside these shelves, their thoughts threads woven into the velvet hush. Their voices linger only as gentle presences, half remembered like the last verses of a forgotten lullaby. Outside, the rain persists with steady patience, while inside, you are held in a steady current of quietude and spirit. The library asks nothing but your peaceful attention and easy breath. A deeper calm settles in your chest, spreading quietly through your limbs. There is no need for haste nor worry, here only the continuous drift of thought and the steady pulse of rain beyond velvet. The scent of paper and wood mingles with the gentle warmth of lamplight. The shadows thicken in corners, but they are more soothing than fearsome, an embrace for your mind to settle and rest. The lamps are now the sole guardians of light, casting small islands of golden radiance on rows of ancient books. You watch as a shadow glides along the spines, darkening one title and highlighting another. Even your own thoughts seem slowed by the sanctuary of velvet. Books become pillows for your imagination, each page a soft landing, every story a gentle tide guiding you further from the noisy world outside. You let your hand rest quietly upon the table, feeling the subtle grooves of mahogany warmed by lamplight. There is a comfort in the stillness, a promise held in every muted sound. The velvet drapes, thick as midnight, keep the world at bay, creating a pocket of eternal dusk. You let yourself get lost in the rhythm of the storm, the soft golden pools, and the slow sway of candlelit shadows nearby. As the hours unfold, you find yourself adrift between waking and dreaming, each pause a place of sweetness and security. You are cocooned, not only by velvet drapes, but by the entire language of sanctuary lamp glow, rain song, soft shadows. The weight of outside cares does not reach you here, only tranquility reigns. Stories and silences mingle, each page turned a gentle act of nesting further into peace. The lightning flashes rarely now, its fire seen only faintly through the thick crimson. You are aware of its presence, distant and harmless, like a memory being soothed away. Each rumble is muted, an echo beneath blankets of velvet. Here, you sink deeper into the hush, your thoughts unspooling steadily as you drift from one quietly lit corner to the next, finding rest not just in the body, but within the gentle hush of the library. You finally close the book in your lap, letting its final words echo softly in your mind. The lamp's flame is a steady beacon, banishing the slightest chill. Every worry has grown distant, replaced by the fullness of this soft, shadowy place. A sense of gratitude wells up for the shelter you have found. Tonight, a perfect interlude between storm and sleep, carved from velvet and candlelight, in the heart of the ancient library. As you rise, you sense how the very air holds you in protection, cushioned by silence and the gentle pressure of heavy velvet. You walk the aisle one last time, every movement careful and serene, shadows trailing behind as quietly as dreams. The rain remains outside, a lullaby barely heard. The library keeps you safe, and you carry its hush inside, a memory of peace that lingers long after you leave the velvet shadows behind. You pause near the door, casting a last look across the sea of shelves and golden lamplight. The library, wrapped in crimson velvet and filled with gentle rain song, has given you sanctuary beyond measure. You gather a final breath of the scent of worn leather, warm brass, and melting wax. Another night has passed within the embrace of old stories and soft darkness. Sleep comes, soft and certain, within the velvet shadows you have made your own. The lights dim in your memory, the velvet shadows deepening as you let yourself drift further, past thought and storm, into the healing silence. Every worry melts into comfort, every sound softened to a distant percussion. Carried by the hush of velvet and rain, you surrender to restful slumber, knowing the library waits for your return. Peace pools all around you, golden and endless, and you let go, allowing the night to hold you ever gently, ever close. Chapter 6. The Softest Silence. Within these hallowed walls, the world outside withdraws even further. Velvet drapes cocoon each whisper, and the distant storm becomes a memory beyond thick glass. The great library breathes quietly with you, a fortress wrapped in tranquility. Each subtle movement feels sacred here. Let us drift gently into the softest silence, where your only companion is the hush is deeper now, tender and enveloping, as though silence itself has gathered into folds you can touch. A deep, calming stillness wraps you neither empty nor cold, but warm and restorative. Every sound is held close, softened by velvet and shadow until only the smallest, dearest noises remain. Inhale slowly, recognize how calmly your chest rises, and allow this sanctuary to hold your presence with complete acceptance. The breath beneath your ribs mirrors the slow, endless cloud cover outside. In the cavernous hush, even your pulse feels like the passage of gentle thunder miles away, muffled, distant, reassuring. Somewhere, not far off, a page turns with a delicate flicker, soft, papery rustle that ebbs into the hush like a droplet, striking a still pond. There is nothing to chase here, only calm to inhabit, deeply and wholly. Notice how the silence feels alive, almost tangibly a presence that welcomes, not an absence that echoes. It presses softly on your skin, filling the air like down beneath an old velvet blanket. Breathing in that quiet, you sense how every tension unwinds. Your thoughts lose their sharp corners, rounding off, becoming gentle, drifting slowly as dust motes caught in the golden lamplight glow. Perhaps you sense the way your heartbeat melds with the quiet. It is not solitary, but accompanied, as though the library itself listens and responds. There are no footsteps, no creaks from shifting wood, only the soothing hush of sound so soft it becomes something you wear. Let it wash over you, each moment pressing you deeper into restful, velvety comfort. Outside, the storm continues, invisible behind heavy curtains, a distant percussion fading away. Here, within layers of silent luxury, even the rain's voice cannot penetrate. The lull is so complete that only the smallest movements matter, a fingertip against linen, a single page's sigh. In this chamber of stillness, everything is suspended. You are held in gentle, loving, quiet, safe, and deeply at peace. There is a weight to the hush, pressing kindly on your shoulders, easing away every last bit of unrest. Notice the way your exhale blends seamlessly with the quiet and exhalation that joins 1,000 others, uncounted and ancient, throughout centuries of midnight solace. The silence is a companion that expects nothing, asks nothing, and in this gentle space you begin to feel light, unburdened. Around you, the velvet and mahogany hold centuries' worth of absorbed sound. The laughter of scholars, the secret sighs of poets, the pondering silences of philosophers. Yet now, it is just you and the tender hush. Let each breath be a kindness you offer yourself. You are cocooned in the purest quiet, visited only by the barely there flutter of a turning page somewhere in the vast hidden reaches of the library. Close your eyes if you wish, and let your thoughts settle in this perfect stillness. Here, softness replaces sound. Silence is no longer empty. It is a gentle tapestry, full of possibility and ease. You become aware of your heartbeat, of warmth pooling where your hands rest, and of the smallest rustle, perhaps your own shifting, so hushed it's like a whisper surrendered to the velvet air. With each inhalation, draw in the unique calm of this library. The silence fills your lungs, soothing every ache and quieting every racing thought. The air is mellow, tinged with the scent of old pages and polished wood, as if the very stillness is scented itself. You exist entirely in the present, nowhere to be, but here, nothing to do but rest in this impossibly soft silence. Every muscle relaxes as you are held by the gentle quiet. There is no need to listen for danger, no call for vigilance, only the tender hush that cradles you. Imagine yourself melting into the armchair beneath you, supported by cushions that have borne centuries of dreamers before. The library's embrace is unbroken, its cocoon sealed by silence and shadow. The world cannot reach you here. In the far corner, the golden lamplight spills in waves, illuminating dust motes that hover without sound. The flicker of candlelight only enhances the stillness, casting shadows that sway in silence. Even time itself seems to slow, hesitating as if not to disturb the peace. Let this sense of being outside, time itself, lull you even further here. Every second is gentle and long, wrapped in velvet. A sense of gratitude wells up, a quiet thankfulness for this rare hush. In a world filled with noise and unending motion, you have entered a sanctuary designed for restful hearts. The silence here is not just a lack of sound, but a gentle presence. The softest hand on your shoulder, an unseen comfort. Every breath you take is a promise that you are protected and completely at ease. Allow that ease to ripple outwards from you, gentle as a wave crossing a midnight pond. The silence is a velvet shroud, soothing frayed nerves, softening every muscle it touches. In this cocoon, anxiety has no place, and worries become as faint as a dream you are already forgetting. The library's hush is not lonely. It is full, rich, and warm, a cradle for restful endings and soft beginnings alike. Your senses begin to shift inward. The feel of the armchair, the steady warmth of your core, the gentle beat within your chest. Every outside distraction is muffled away by the library's beautiful living silence. This softness becomes your world, complete and self-contained, holding you in its gentle grip. Every little sound, your sigh, a settling cushion, feels sacred and slow, honored by the hush that reigns here. Somewhere, very near, the tiniest rustle of a page turning delicately weaves into your peace. It is a reminder that knowledge, story, and wonder still inhabit this hush, but never intrude. You sense, in this profound silence, how deeply restful it is when nothing demands your attention. The world waits beyond those velvet curtains, but here you are hidden, entirely at home in soft shadows and softer silence. If your mind drifts, let it float as softly as the dust motes swirling in lamplight. Any lingering thought unwinds slowly, dissolving gently into the quiet. There is no need to shape your dreams or guide your thoughts. The silence carries them carefully, cradling you in its lull. Breathe in and out, trusting in the safety of this room, shielded by velvet, filled with a hush that never judges nor rushes. Let the comfort of this stillness permeate even your deepest awareness. Every burdensome memory, every worry starts to fade around the edges, unraveling into threads of soft quiet. The velvet silence acts as a balm, soothing your spirit. You are not alone. The library breathes with you, a gentle presence in the dark, coaxing you toward an even quieter place within yourself. The storm has faded to a rumble, barely a memory remembered through darkness and cloth. Now the only sound is your presence and the gentle, sacred hush. The golden pool of lamplight beside you warms the chair, the wood, and your journeying mind. All around, peace collects and folds in shadows, holding you as the deepest silence, incredibly soft, utterly welcoming colors, the world with sleepy calmness. The hush here is so complete that even the most wandering thought feels lulled, like a leaf circling gently to earth in autumn. Each breath in this silence feels as though you are drawing night itself into your lung-school, velvet, restorative. There is a kindness woven through every moment, a promise of renewal hidden under silence's embrace. Rest deeper, cradled in this gentle, living quiet, sheltered from the world beyond the velvet walls. You may imagine the velvet drapes trembling slightly as distant thunder travels past, unable to enter this cocoon. Inside, the hush thickens a living cloud, weightless and soft. Your thoughts no longer chase each other. They slow, grow softer, then blend into the hush until they are just gentle breezes, quiet and pleasant. Let yourself be eased by this hush. Let it cradle you, wordlessly and endlessly. The velvet silence almost sings, a music too soft to hear but deeply felt. The library's embrace is certain and enduring, and you feel the grace of centuries surrounding you. Every page, every book, every shadow here is a quiet friend, bearing silent witness to your rest. The hush will linger long after you've drifted towards sleep, a caring presence to keep you safe while dreams gather in the tranquil dark. Let yourself drift even further now. Trust the room to hold youth velvet, the wood, the golden light sealing the hush within these old walls. If your thoughts return, invite them to rest with you, no more urgent than the gentle turning of a page. The silence is your shelter and your companion, enveloping without end. Here you are untethered, gently held in a silence soft as the deepest velvet night. And so, the softest silence persists, long after consciousness starts to dissolve. The hush is patient, it waits for no one, and yet always welcomes all. Within these burgundy walls, beneath the golden glow and rain-muffled windows, every breath you take is cherished. Remain as long as you wish, afloat in gentle quiet, for here in the Stormy Velvet Library sleep comes gently on the wings of deepest velvet silence. Chapter 7. Lamp's Last Glow. In the velvet depths of the midnight library, hours stretch onward, each minute settling like dust along the edges of time. Golden lamps flicker drowsily overhead, their flames grown gentle, no longer eager for brilliance but content to rest in a honeyed hush. Around the room, books and shadows exchange quiet secrets, casting the promise of deepening peace across this sheltered haven. At the heart of the library, the lamps glow softer still, their light turning mellow and syrup thick as if guiding thoughts toward tranquility. The world outside is blurred by the steady fall of rain, its lullaby barely reaching through heavy velvet drapes. Here the books sit undisturbed guardians of memory, their spines warmed by a fading golden haze that soothes the mind and urges the body to slow. With every passing moment, the edges of the room dissolve deeper into shadow. Mahogany shelves cradle slumbering voluminous stories lingering in the honey glow, each page exhaling a sigh of old parchment and ink. The air feels velvety, thick with calm as time floats in gentle circles. Outside, droplets patter against the glass, while inside, silence grows more profound, inviting thoughts to drift away. Shadows pool at the feet of reading chairs, growing plush and inviting. The golden haze curls around the corners of every object, softening spines and fabrics, erasing harsh edges. Quiet reigns. Now an embrace that hushes worries, smoothing out sharp thoughts until only gentle currents of comfort remain. The warmth from the aging lamps blends with the cool dusk, creating a refuge perfectly spun for rest. Heavy curtains guard the window panes, muffling every roll of distant thunder. In the low, glowing air, even the sound of rain transforms, no longer fierce, just a rhythmic backdrop to library stillness. Light and shadow, honey and velvet, weave together in the deepening dark. Here, time slows, each breath supported by a tapestry of golden threads and the gentle pulse of a stormy night outside. One by one, the lamps surrender their glare, giving over to a patient dimness. Every armchair feels deeper, somehow stuffed with softness, layered in the silent company of forgotten stories. Invisible currents of warm, golden air move lazily between towering shelves, coaxing heads to nod and eyes to drift. The hush is almost total, broken only by the gentle shifting of old wood beneath a drowsy glow. Here, in the lamp's waning amber, the past feels close echoes of hands turning pages, of quiet conversations now dissolved into the thick, restful air. Shadows comfort more than they conceal, enfolding spines and shelves, armrests, and swirling dust. The light, now syrup slow, paints everything with a sense of belonging, reminding each soul within these walls to let go and drift a little further inward. Golden radiance lingers atop stacks of leather-bound books, their titles blurred but their presence reassuring. Every shadow is gentle now, an old friend no sharp edges left to chase away sleep. The air is heavy with tranquility, scented faintly with candle wax and rain. Even the ticking of a distant clock slows, each second falling like a droplet into a deep, welcoming pool of quiet, beckoning you towards stillness. As the lamps subdue their light, the library's atmosphere thickens, plush and nurturing. Every surface bathes in syrupy gold, dissolving stress along its journey. The deep shadows no longer hint at mystery, but wrap around the room like a quilt. Silence cushions everything. Even the storm beyond is gentled, its bluster transformed to lullaby. Deep within, the mind begins to loosen its ties to waking hours. The library's hush grows velvety and slow. Melting amber pools beneath each lamp, pooling beneath tables and chairs, stretching into the corners. Shadows grow wider, holding stories yet unread tales that will wait quietly until morning. Candlelight shivers against the velvet curtains, but the softness is absolute, denying restlessness entry. You sense time dilating, each heartbeat echoing in this honeyed, tranquil fold. A single lamp, nearest a rain-smeared window, grows frail in its golden effort. The lamp's halo wavers, gently, drawing shadow closer around a worn armchair. You imagine settling there, warmth cradling you from above, the darkness a soft cocoon. The hush becomes the only language spoken, even memories drift by, slowly, softened by the syrupy air. Outside, another gust plays at the glass, but inside, only calm endures. In the deepening dimness, every movement feels unhurried, deliberate, a page turned, a breath drawn, a sigh left hanging in the cozy air. The lamp's glow now whispers instead of sings, caressing titles along a low shelf. Each object seems content to rest, slippers by the hearth, a folded blanket, a cup cooling in the gentle light. The velvet silence grows absolute, inviting the spirit to surrender and drift away. Now, the golden haze sits heavier on your eyelids, on your thoughts, settling into quiet corners of the mind where dreams build their foundations. Shadows lie patiently, no longer cut by brilliance, but welcomed as necessary companions to rest. The last glimmer from a distant lamp stretches thin, almost transparent. In this sanctuary, every sound is subdued, every worry softened, until nothing remains but peace. A sense of timelessness grows with each softening of the lamp's glow. Libraries are ancient in their patience, comforting with the certainty that dawn is far away. Each floorboard, each thread in the velvet curtain participates in the hush, wrapping the hours in suspended quiet. The old lamps, their flames low, radiate storytelling warmth, not for reading now, but for guarding delicate dreams through the slow hours ahead. You rest deeper into the slow rhythm of the lamps, last glow-hots unwinding, muscles softening. Everything within the library seems to exhale, surrendering to the quiet tide of darkness. Golden light graces only the most deserving places, now a favored spine. A faded armrest as if to bid goodnight to the world by touch. The warmth lingers in memory, soothing as a gentle hand. Beyond the velvet curtains, the storm persists but gently, a sleepy background hum. The lamps inside watch over all with dwindling vigilance, guardians of a softer reality. In their honeyed light, nothing is urgent, no task to finish, no world to navigate. Only the sacred act of rest remains, cradled beneath the shadows, guided by the faint golden arc of light that refuses to hurry its departure. The thick velvet, the golden haze, the ancient shelves, they all seem to encourage a letting go, to remain in this honey-lit hour a little longer, to allow peace its gentle reign. Even your breath slows, unfurling to match the slow, rhythmic pulse of the rain on glass. Sleep feels close, not an interruption, but a soft continuation of the comfort swirling through the midnight library. On the farthest shelf, a final lamp flickers as if considering sleep itself. Its light is faint, a thread of gold stretched across shadowed wood. Around it, dust motes hang motionless in the syrupy air, time suspended in gentle reverence. You feel the hush settle within a companion more tangible than any book or trinket. All noise is swallowed, all worry dissolves beneath the tapestry of velvet and golden dusk. Stillness fills the spaces where stories once bustled and thoughts once raced. The library is now a pool of warmth edged by indigo shadow. The air grows thick with an almost ceremonial quiet, as if the room itself prepares for slumber. One last time, the lamps try to hold their glow, but the darkness patiently arrives, softening every shape, cushioning every sound. The night deepens, offering its gentle shelter. The golden haze, by now barely holding to the lamps, feels eternal and patient. Each shelf, drape, and surface blurs as your senses sink further into this dreamlike quiet. Even the gentle storm feels distant, a lullaby woven into the walls. You imagine surrendering to the armchair's deep cushions, letting the last glow enfold you. Under honeyed shadow, worry vanishes, replaced with the timeless invitation to rest. Lamplight concludes its nightly vigil, undemanding, unwavering. The room is a sanctuary wrapped in velvet and drowsy gold. Every hint of anxiety melts away beneath the patient hush. Sleep moves closer, subtle as a shadow, welcomed by familiar shapes and soft warmth. Outside, rain glides on. Inside, you drift deeper into the haven of stories and silence, carried by the final caress of honeyed light before dreams come. The library breathes with you, in perfect, unhurried rhythm. Golden pools shrink to slivers, shadows reign at last, yet the sense of safety grows profound. This is the moment between story and sleep, the gentle crossing over, guided only by the memory of warmth and light. The storm outside, the comfort inside, the turning of pages and the dimming of lamps all invite you further into night's embrace. As the chapter closes, Only the faintest lamp glimmers enough to promise morning, but never to disturb the quiet. Let the golden serenity hold you, the hush of the storm and the gentle shadows a shield all their own. Here, dreams are cradled, rest is honored, and every heartbeat folds into this timeless sanctuary. The last glow of the lamp is a wish for your deepest, most peaceful sleep. In the tranquil darkness, memories of the golden haze linger, soothing every restless thought. Sleep settles over the library, as gentle and complete as the velvet night. The storm outside becomes a companion, distant and friendly. Shadows wrap you close, and the honeyed hush carries you onward downward into dreams, deeper into peace, where the story continues in warmth and quiet until morning softly wakes you again. Chapter 8, Sanctum of Stillness. In this velvet sanctuary, near silence reigns. The edge of sleep is tangible, suspended here between shadows and soft rain. Each breath is gentle, drawn slow and deep, held in the hush that drapes over everything. This is a moment set apart from the world, a cocoon against everything that scurries outside. Tonight there is only calm, and the sound of distant rain, promising deep rest. The velvet wraps around you, cushioning every thought. Your body surrenders to the stillness, muscles held by soft fabric and cool quiet. Distant thunder becomes a lullaby, each rumble a patient drumbeat marking the slow passage of time. Shadows gather kindly, not to obscure but to cocoon, enfolding you in gentle safety. Every exhale floats into darkness, carrying away remnants of the day until only tranquility remains here with you. With every breath, the outside world softens, dissolving into the hush. The steady patter of rain soothes, painting a gentle rhythm across the hours. You feel adrift on a velvet tide, weightless, unhurried content. The library around you transforms into a haven, its walls embracing, its silence profound. In this sanctum, nothing is needed, nothing expected. You are a whisper, a gentle presence steeped in peace and expected. You are a whisper, a gentle crevice of sleep. Deep within the sanctuary, the scent of old books mingles with the faint sweetness of rain. The air itself feels slow, thick as velvet, moving only with your breath. Time ceases its urge to press forward, and the ticking of clocks is but a memory. Each heartbeat is a soft echo against distant thunder. The velvet beneath your fingertips feels endless, cushioning you from all urgency, inviting you to float unanchored in the midnight calm. The lamps flicker, casting golden halos that tremble against crimson drapes. Shadows crowd in close, but they are soft and kind guardians watching over restful hours. The library waits with you, shelves lined with sleeping stories. Rain turns the windows to blurry, liquid mirrors, reflecting only softness. Each inhale pulls in calm. Each exhale lets you drift further from the edges of thought, settling deeper into this enveloping peace where only the quiet persists. You feel the gentle press of warmth from velvet and candle flame, cocooned in softness and safety. Each distant sound drain, a faint rustle, the sigh of wind becomes part of the lullaby. Here, there is no need for words or worry. There is only this moment, held in suspension by shadows and dreams, a sanctuary for your quiet heart to rest. The world outside recedes until only the heartbeat of calm remains steady, unwavering, peaceful. In this dim embrace, it is easy to let go. Let your thoughts drift like the rain, gentle and without hurry. Each page of the unseen books around you turns softly, a whisper through the velvet hush. Nothing asks for your attention except the slow rhythm of breath and the steady drip of rain beyond the glass. Time is beneath a heavy shroud, unmoving and patient, letting you linger in the shelter of midnight stillness. The sanctuary feels both endless and close walls woven of burgundy velvet, ceiling lost in shadow. You are safely tucked within its softness, body and mind entwined in comfort. With each heartbeat, sleep draws nearer, curling quietly beside you like a loyal companion. The rain and velvet are steady hands holding you as you surrender the last fragments of wakefulness. Nothing intrudes, nothing disturbs as you give in fully to serenity. Inside these walls, the hush becomes your world. The flicker of lamplight is your only companion, shadows dancing across your closed eyelids. Every sound is softened by layers of velvet, every thought gentled by peace. The ancient books keep silent. Watch their secrets safe in slumber as you drift toward your own. tranquility wraps around you like a promise steady, infinite, unwavering, until sleep is no longer just a hope but a velvet certainty. Your senses slow, guided by the steady pulse of rain on glass. No pressure remains the quiet gift of letting go. Each breath is a tide, pulling you farther from tension, drawing you into the depths of the sanctuary. Shadows and velvet blur every boundary, leaving only stillness and the memory of distant storms. Rest comes not as a thief, but as a gentle friend, sitting beside you in the silent heart of the midnight keep. As moments ebb and flow, you sense the world outside dimming entirely. Here, you are the center of a peaceful hush, every muscle loose, every worry softened like rain on velvet. Nothing can reach you now. The only interruptions are the soft sounds of rest your own calm breath, the hush of rain, the flicker of a candle as it surrenders to the darkness. You are held in the embrace of stillness, warm and inviolate. Imagine your body growing heavier, sinking deeper into velvet and dark. Let your thoughts unravel, their threads gently tugged apart by the quiet. The drumming rain outside is a distant memoria soft murmur, the lull of a world slowing to sleep. Lanterns gleam along forgotten shelves, guarding your dreams as you drift farther from wakefulness. The midnight sanctuary is yours, and you are welcome to linger as long as you wish in its calm. There is no need to resist the night. Let the calm seep into your bones, each muscle unwinding beneath the weight of peace. Even the books around you seem to breathe slower, their pages sighing in tandem with your own serene exhale. Every shadow that moves across the velvet walls is a gentle invitation to sink deeper, further into the sheltering dark. This is your refuge, your perfect solitude. Here, sleep gathers, silent and complete. You feel as if you are wrapped in layers of quiet. Each breath sinks you further, like a stone drifting down through velvet depths. There is safety in the dark, solace in the soft hush. The rain, the velvet, the distant thunder, they have woven a cocoon for you. Sleep lies just beyond the next breath, waiting patiently. You let your weight go, sinking into the mattress, allowing stillness to claim every inch of your being. Above you, shadows pool on the velvet drapes, soft and serene. The hush has a texture now thick as cream, cool as stone. You are hidden, safe in the slow-turning hours. The library sleeps around you, its ancient heart pulses with quiet dreams. You float, unfettered by worry, untethered from time. Every sound is gentle, every touch of velvet is a lull, and the storm beyond is only a distant echo, fading into nothingness. A silent dialogue passes between you and this sanctuary, no words, only sensation. Your eyes drift closed as repetition works its spell, rain beat, breath, the soft pulse of calm. The velvet holds your form, shaping itself around your comfort. Each inhale is a gift, each exhale a release. Every gentle flicker of candlelight leads you farther from consciousness, deeper toward the center of true, unbroken stillness. Here, dreams are not hurried. They linger at the edges, waiting their turn. The velvet folds cradle you as if you are an ancient text, treasured and undisturbed. Sleep is not distant now, it is a presence in the room, patient and sure. The distant thunder murmurs approval, and you are content to let go. All is softness, all is peace. Midnight and rain and velvet swirl around you, settling you into the deep and endless hush. Breath by breath, every trace of tension slips away, drawn out by the gentle music of solitude. Around you, the world melts into shadow and warmth. There are no harsh edges, no interruptions, just undisturbed calm, eternal and deep. Each heartbeat is matched by the soft lap of rain on glass. You become a quiet thought in the great library, a whisper among silken drapes, a note in the old song of sleep. Time is a river flowing slow and silent here, carrying your restless thoughts away on its velvet tide. Every muscle unwinds, every breath is deeper, color and sound reduced to peaceful shadow and soft echoes. You drift, thoughts growing lighter, dreams thickening like velvet in the air. The keep watches with gentle patience as you nestle deeper. Nothing left to do, nothing left to do, nothing left to resistantly, the comfort of a still mind in a quiet world. You are perfectly safe within these ancient walls. The velvet sanctuary surrounds you, each corner heavy with vigilance. No worry can enter here, no sound can rouse you, but the soothing rain and whisper of stories asleep on the shelves. Drift easily on the tide of calm, each sensation softening. Let the peace of this sanctum cradle you further, holding you gently as the last strands of wakefulness unravel and fade. Outside, the rain never ceases. Inside, the hush is endless. The Velvet Library is your shield, its shadows thick as shelter. Every candle flame watches without judgment. Every settled book keeps its secret. This sanctuary asks nothing of you, expects nothing, but for you to rest and recover. Here, you are free to drift, letting the music of midnight and the softness of velvet protect your slumber, holding you steady until dawn. Let the darkness embrace you, kind and infinite. Each breath carries you farther from the waking world, into softness so complete it feels like floating. Nothing stirs that you do not wish to stir. Velvet, rain, shadow, and dream, these form your walls and ceiling now. Sleep deepens, gently gathering you in, each exhale an anchor in the safe currents of the midnight library. This is your refuge, a place untouched by anything but calm. The room shrinks and expands with your breathing, and you remain the still center of this world. Your heartbeat steadies, matching the quiet song of rain outside the leaded glass. The velvet cushions your weight, the soft dark shields your peace. Let go entirely, allowing tranquility to become everything: space, air, thought, and dream. Within this sanctum, you are carried away on waves of pure rest, gentle and uninterrupted, and now, as you drift on the edge of sleep, this sanctuary holds you fast. The rain sings on, timeless and steady. Shadows protect, velvet caresses, and hush becomes the only language. Nothing exists but this moment, warm and silky, endless and slow. Let yourself sink, surrender, give in to deep and tranquil sleep. Here in the sanctum of stillness, you are safe, cocooned, and held until the coming of morning. Chapter 9. Descent into Dream. The boundary between waking and sleep begins to dissolve as the storm rumbles quietly outside. The warmth of the library seeps through every corner, velvet and mahogany blurring into a welcoming darkness. Where once were shelves and shadowed rows, there is now only gentle obscurity. You settle deeper into the armchair, shoulders growing lighter, spirit buoyed by the golden halo pooling at your side. The comforting glow of the aged brass lamp is your only anchor. Its golden shimmer flickers softly, drawing you inward toward safety. All around, the world hushes itself, muffled by thick velvet and the constant murmur of rain. The outside storm now feels far away, a simple lullaby echoing beyond heavy curtains. You can almost feel the air thickening, softening, inviting you onward into abstract comfort and tranquil onward into abstract comfort and tranquil unknowing. As your eyes relax, the outlines of books begin to dissolve. Once familiar spines melt into shadow-blurred impressions. Every object in the library merges delicately into formlessness, a dreamscape alive with possibility. The sense of separation between you and the room fades, replaced by gentle unity. Time unravels, minutes stretching into silken threads, woven with the sound of distant rain and the ever-steady heartbeat of a safe secret woven with the sound of distant rain. Let yourself drift further, the atmosphere thick with velvet calm and warmly oxygenated silence. Outside, thunder rumbles to itself, soft, never threatening, like an old story whispered through the walls. Each flash of distant lightning paints gentle memories across your closed eyelids, then vanishes. Here, in the library's embrace, you are invisible to the storm. The gentle golden pool by your side assures you that nothing can disturb your peace tonight. You sense the boundaries of the armchair dissolve, as if the familiar velvet becomes a cloud beneath your skin. Even the sturdy mahogany seems to yield, turning supple, dream-like, cradling you as you descend. The columns and arches blur into shadow, losing their edges and merging with the comfort of darkness. In the storm's safety, you surrender to a gentle fall, floating deeper into the spiral of dream and memory carried by midnight's hush. Each breath becomes slower, more deliberate. Inhale and taste the library's faint perfumia, mix of old pages, beeswax, and rain-soaked velvet. Exhale and feel yourself loosening, as if heavy thoughts have become feathers drifting away. With every cycle, the outside world fades further. The only reality that remains is softness itself, a cocoon of dusk, weightless and calm, inviting you to let go and gently descend beneath the surface of sleep, and gently descend beneath the surface. Now, the The shapes of the bookshelves waver, shimmering just beyond perception, as if painted by twilight. Words on the spines drift apart, letters swirling into gentle golden dust. Candlelight reflects softly off the polished wood, casting halos that feel warm against your resting body. Everything that once defined the space bends tenderly toward abstraction, until all that remains is what you feel protected, enveloped, impossibly serene amidst the velvet gloom. Notice how the hush deepens. The sounds of rain have become rhythmic, comforting an endless brown noise that wraps itself like a blanket. Even the occasional roll of thunder is soothing, its resonance far away and friendly. You no longer sense the passage of time or the structure of the room. There is only this gentle hum, a continuous caress that draws you ever downward, safely held by sleep's steady embrace. Within this soft abstraction, memories flicker and dissolve. A distant echo of laughter, a phrase from an unread book, a pattern formed by the flicker of brass and shadow, they all melt into the velvety dark. Nothing urgent calls for your attention. Expectation and effort fall away. You are allowed, here, simply to be to rest, to drift. Your mind grows quieter, matching the hush that blankets the silent library world around you. There is no longer a clear line between inside and outside. The storm has been reduced to a pulse, gentle and far off, as if it belongs to another realm. Your only connection to the waking world is the pool of golden light above your heart, a reminder of comfort, a symbol of safety. Drifting further, you realize the chair, the walls, even yourself, are all dissolving into this unbroken softness, this twilight calm. With every gentle rumble of thunder, relaxation seeps deeper through your body. Shoulders unclench, hands go slack, breath slows again. You are a solitary figure lost in a velvet sea, buoyed by nothing but golden warmth and gentle sound. Each sensation blurs and softens, the last weight falling away. There is nowhere else to be, nothing left to do. This moment is devoted entirely to rest and quiet, a shoreless journey to the heart of sleep. You sense the edges of sleep beckoning like distant stars over a darkened landscape. Thoughts become slow-moving clouds, drifting across the velvet sky that surrounds you. The familiar architecture of the library dissolves until there is only sensation, the imagined scent of rain, the embrace of the chair, the presence of warm, protective light. Slowly, you let yourself sink, surrendering to the cradle of tranquil darkness. Here, in this comforting void, the mind finds freedom. There are no questions or tasks, no worries about what lies ahead. Instead, there is simply release, a gentle unspooling of all tension, as if it were silk unwinding in midnight air. Inhale, fill your lungs with calm. Exhale, and feel the heaviness draining away. The only thing that matters is the sensation of floating, welcomed by softness and the endless hush of velvet shadow. As sleep deepens, the golden glow narrows to a single, peaceful Embera beacon to guide you through darkness. Around it, formless comfort grows. You feel safe, invisible to any trouble that may wander the storm outside. The world has narrowed to this warm cocoon where no sound disturbs and no cold intrudes. What once was library, once was storm, now blends seamlessly together, becoming the dream, the haven, the hush. Let each breath carry you further into tranquility. The hush of the velvet curtains, the glow of gently polished wood, the distant lull of rainfall against ancient glass. It all blurs into one singular feeling of peace that expands, filling every space within you. Whatever thoughts remain are kind and drowsy, floating away without struggle. You are sinking, supported by softness, wrapped in the deep midnight embrace that promises undisturbed sleep. There is a remarkable stillness now. Even the faint echoes of the outside storm seem swallowed by peaceful shadows. Warmth radiates outward from the small golden light, soothing every inch of you. Your body feels light, as if you're slowly dissolving into the very air. The comfort of the abstract grows. There are no harsh lines or loud sounds. All you know is safety, softness, and the deepening invitation of slumber. Let yourself go further still, beyond words, beyond even memory. All that remains is sensation, a pulse of warmth and the reassurance that nothing can reach you here. Time unspools into silence, and the last traces of waking drift into nothingness. Each heartbeat grows steadier, deeper, echoing the gentle rumble of the distant storm. Wrapped in velvet dark, you rest suspended, weightless, cherished by sleep's steady devotion. Even your dreams grow soft, without sharp edges or hurried plots. Instead, they roll gently, like silent tides, carrying you through a landscape of peace. The velvet drapes have closed against the world, muffling even your own thoughts. There is only comfort, here limitless, enduring, infinite as night. The room, the world, your worry. Everything is blurred now, distant and inconsequential. As you float deeper toward the gentle center of sleep, you find yourself surrounded by comforting dark, the kind with gold woven through like threads of warmth. Every breath feels slower, every thought more distant. The hush expands and contracts in time with the storm's pulse outside, until it becomes part of you, effortless, familiar. If dreams come, they are gentle as velvet, carried forward softly by the ebb and flow of rain. Surrender and let yourself float fully into this peaceful oblivion. No shadow here holds fear. Each is simply a part of the sheltering hush. The storm has become a dream itself, its power contained, transformed into reassurance. The golden glow at your side is now within, mingling with your breath, steady and calm. You have slipped the bonds of the waking world, and are guided now only by softness, warmth, and peace. All is well, enfolded in the endless velvet silence of the sleeping library. At the very edge of wakefulness, you sense the world beyond, hazy and insubstantial. Nothing is urgent, nothing asks you to rise. Your body and mind agree in this deep quiet. Nothing needs to be done but rest. The last remnants of stormy sound become lullabies woven by night and rain. Tonight you are hidden, cherished, and held safe within the velvety arms of the library's shelter, gently descending further into dreamless sleep. Imagine the golden glow settling over you, sealing in comfort and warmth like a protective charm. The outside storm is no more than a memory its distant song, a backdrop to your slumber. Thoughts are faint now, dissolving in the amber gloom. You are completely at ease, caught in the in-between place where sleep and dream merge, where stories unravel into calming nothingness, and rest becomes your only companion. Your breath is slow and steady, each inhale pulling in the thick, velvety calm, each exhale releasing you further from the waking world. The room is only an idea now, a soft memory, gently unfolding into your dreaming mind. Here in the desolate comfort of abstraction, you are free. No storm can reach you, no worry can linger. In this hush, lull, and softly radiant dark, you have found true safety in your descent into dream. Let the abstraction carry you deeper, toward oblivion's softest embrace, here at the heart of night, wrapped in imagined velvet and gentle golden light. Rest is endless. The library is gone, the storm forgotten. There is only warmth, serenity, stillness, infinite quiet that rocks you gently, promising sleep, healing, and peace. Sink down further and further, knowing that you are held and cherished within the arms of this timeless, tranquil dark. Chapter 10. Velvet Oblivion. The hush deepens now as the world around you recedes into tranquil darkness. The majestic velvet library stretches quietly into the night, its grand aisles softening beneath a cloak of gentle shadow. Warmth gathers, pooling in every velvet fold as the storm whispers far beyond thick curtains. In this chapter, we cross into serenity itself, a realm of utter peace, drawn by the gentle lure. The air is velvet smooth and still, as though every book, every ancient armchair has surrendered at last to rest. Around you, the embrace of midnight is comforting, cool, but never cold. Candles gutter in their sconces, golden light dimming, their flames bowing in slow reverence to the night. A hush settles, tender and deep, carrying the sense that here, nothing can disturb your journey into oblivion. You feel the first gentle pull-a-drifting sensation that begins in your bones and seeps outward, coaxing every muscle to soften. Each heartbeat finds a slower rhythm, steady and hypnotic, matching the distant purr of rain upon velvet-draped glass. The warmth of mahogany and the softness of old pages blur together, weaving a cocoon where you can finally unravel and let go. Outside, the storm hums a lullaby thunder reluctant, rain ceaseless and calm. The world narrows to just this chair, this moment, and a gentle sense of surrender, Shadows melt across the carpeted aisles, thick and kind, as if velvet itself has grown sentient, swaddling you against any waking worry. With every deep breath, you slide further from thought and closer to pure, peaceful stillness. Close your eyes as the library dims further around you, shelves curving away into darkness, spines of ancient volumes quiet at last. Every word, every story, hushes itself until only the gentle susurrus of the storm remains a constant companion, steady and unintrusive. Your head grows heavy against the cushion behind you, every muscle melting as the night works its quiet spell. Velvet wraps you not just outside but within, smoothing every rough edge of thought or memory. You sense the presence of endless bookshelves, a comfortingly infinite maze where nothing can rush or trouble you. Time softens, minutes and hours blending into one seamless, dusky lull. You are wrapped in delicious silence, protected and unseen, every cell in your body relaxing as you drift deeper into the embrace of midnight. The flicker of candlelight fades, replaced by the gentle pulse of darkness. With each breath, it feels as though shadows themselves are soothing your mind, inviting you toward the edges of consciousness. No story demands your attention now. There is nothing to remember or anticipate. Only the comfort of surrender floating safely on velvety clouds, your awareness dissolving with the soft caress of the night. As the library's features blur and vanish into comforting gloom, a gentle weight presses across your limbs, a weight that is never heavy, only calming. It feels as though the velvet tapestries themselves are whispering lullabies, words dissolving into warm air. All around, the hush is velvet thick, swallowing stray worries and folding them neatly away. You rest, untethered, anchored only by this bottomless softness. Drifting deeper, you sense gentle tides beneath your skin, moon-pulled and serene. The stormy world outside fades entirely, lost behind thick drapes and the sturdy walls of the velvet library. Each sound is muffled, reduced to the rhythm of your own breath-slow, deep content. This sanctuary cradles you in shadow and softness, rocking you ever downward toward the silent, dreamless deep. Imagine for a moment the book's overhead silent sentinels, their wisdom seeping down in waves of reassurance. Their stories rest, unwritten and unread, allowing you to abandon your own narrative, to melt into velvet quiet. Here, in this hush, nothing troubles the waters of your mind. You release the last conscious word, and in its absence, stillness rushes in, sweeping you peacefully toward oblivion. With every breath, the velvet grows thicker, wrapping around your senses. It is soft like dusk, heavy with a comforting embrace. The familiar scent of old paper and polished wood becomes a distant memory, slipping away as you slide toward restful emptiness. Thoughts slow to a gentle crawl before fading altogether, replaced by the slow, rhythmic lull of your own heartbeat, steady as a metronome guiding you home. You are weightless, buoyed by velvet shadows. They cradle you, forming a gentle current that draws you deeper, away from wakefulness. There is no sense of urgency or need, only the steady pull of peace. The library's cozy gloom, once so vast, now feels as intimate as a hug. You coast on this current, your breath smooth and quiet, eyes closed as midnight enfolds you without question or end. Darkness ripples softly at the edge of your awareness, gentle and undemanding. The warmth of the library lingers, never stifling, just enough to remind you of safety and sanctuary. Thoughts flicker and then go dark, like candles snuffed by a careful hand. Feeling the depth of velvet beneath you, you trust in its support, surrendering all burdens as you descend comfortably into the promise of dreamless sleep. No echoes disturb this sanctuary. The only music is the hush of rain and the imagined beating of your own heart, thudding slowly. You feel each pause between breaths lengthen as you slide willingly into velvet oblivion. Time loses all meaning. The night goes on, seamless and undisturbed. Velvet cocooned around you, you are shielded from memory or concern, swaddled in sublime calm. The arms of the library enfold you, ancient and strong. Its shadows are gentle sentinels, watching silently as you pass the threshold from waking to nowhere at all. The silence is so complete it almost hums full, direct and endlessly soft. There is nowhere to go, nothing more to do. The covers of your consciousness close, gently marking the end of this chapter, inviting the purest form of rest to wash over you. As you lie in velvet dark stillness, your mind empties, thought by thought, leaving only calm. The storm and library both become background, faint sensations barely there. Each muscle surrenders, slackening as your body finds the deepest, most nourishing rest. Air flows easily in and out, carrying away care and clinging only to peace. You drift, untouched, in endless soothing blackness, comforted by the certainty of sanctuary seething blackness, comforted by the certainty of Dreams do not rise to greet you here. Instead, you float in tranquil oblivion, safe beyond the reach of story or time. The velvet hush presses gently, blanketing every sense. There is no shape or sound, only the profound, luxurious dark. You sense the pulse of nighttime, a rhythm both ancient and personal, rocking you deeper. Each heartbeat is a lullaby caress from velvet darkness, guiding you further from wakefulness, guiding you further from wakefulness. If stray thoughts return, even briefly, the library's shadows lap at them like gentle waves, dissolving them into softness. Everything is forgiven in this cradle of velvet, nothing lingers. You slip through silence, content to leave even the comfort of story behind. Each breath carries you downward, enveloped in the cozy shroud of the stormy library. Nothing remains but a profound sense of rest, unbroken and complete. Stillness becomes all you know, deeper than sleep, deeper than dreams. You are held in velvet arms, swaddled by the shadows themselves. The weight of the night is delicious and grounding. You feel utterly safe. Time is gone, concerns have vanished, and your only task is to drift, to linger in this soft oblivion and let it restore you, cell by cell, thought by thought. You surrender fully, content and serene. You may sense a memory of rain caressing the windows, a distant murmur holding you steady. The world outside the drapes is irrelevant now, lost to the stormy, somnolent hush. Every layer of velvet, every cushion and armrest cushioning your limbs, all serve as reminders that this place is real, and so is your tranquil escape within it. The night deepens, promises peace, and you are wrapped at last in its embrace. Darkness folds in on itself, velvet layers deepening with every exhale. There is no up or down, only the gentle pressure of comfort, urging you to let go. The library's wisdom drifts on the herald stories, protecting you even in their silence. You do not need to reach for anything. You are enough, just as you are, right here. Velvet oblivion is not an ending, but a soft, sweet surrender. Allow yourself one last conscious breath. Feel it sink, slow and sure, into the quiet dark. The library fades, distant and loving, a memory you can revisit whenever you wish. For now, rest in the velvet sea, where nothing can startle or stir you. The storm, the shadows, the warmth, all conspire to cradle you deep within, granting your weary mind the gift of fullest, gentlest release into deep within, gift of fullest, gentlest release into deep sleep. Sink fully now, no longer half awake. The hush is total, and your breathing is the only trace left to you, soft and steady, guided by the velvet night. You float, unmoored, surrounded by soothing weight. Every fiber in your being shivers with relief as you succumb to the depths of sleep. This is your sanctuary, built not from stone or books, but from serenity itself. Velvet oblivion, comforting and eternal. Here in this final velvet hush, you are beyond all effort. You have drifted as far as you need, surrendered completely to the peace of the library at midnight. Let the darkness nourish you, restore you, wrap you in boundless comfort. The storm will hum its lullaby until dawn, but your journey is done. You are safe, you are cherished, you are home, lost blissfully in the velvet oblivion of deepest, dreamless sleep.